Okay. Hey, what's up, man? All right. Good, 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 good. YouTube there. Oh, wow. That's an early notification. That's good. Hi, Bunzo. Okay. I'm just gonna go. Just gonna start. Tell me, tell me. I already looked at. Did I already look at that game? Yeah, I did. Look at that one. It was ruled you overdrew by 6. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, you. Yes, that's amazing. Oh, that's so funny. Is that the proper ruling? Is that the proper ruling? I mean, it seems reasonable. I think that is the proper ruling. That's funny. I mean, I think it seems reasonable. There might be a better ruling, but it's a ruling. Like, I think that maybe it's covered though in the rules. Sorry for the ad. People on Twitch. Ad immediately. I'm gonna look for the rules. Oh, let me look for the rules. Let me look up these rules. Official tournament rules. It's worse than an overdraw. I don't know. I feel like he got punished a lot already. Hold on. Failing unusual overdraw situations. Maybe it's under that. I guess I could show you guys what I'm working with here. No, that's not that. No, that's not that either. Okay, so it's not covered in unusual overdraw situations. No, you lost by 1. Oh my god. That's insane. At least it was just a club game. I need to put live chat on YouTube. Hi, people on YouTube. Oh, is that Kate Watson? No, I don't know. Maybe I don't know which Kate. Drawing out of order. Yeah, let's look at drawing out of order. That is Kate Watson. Okay, cool. Just guessed. Complete play and draw tiles. 50 spread points. Yeah, no, that doesn't cover it. What? Racks with more than 7 tiles. I don't think. Tile bag access. Yeah, maybe it's not covered at all. Legal plays. Loose tiles. We're drawing a few of them. 7, yeah, I looked at all that. Tiles from an adjacent game. Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm just seeing if there's anything covered that's more specific about this, because I'm sure this has happened before. Illegally combined tiles. Yeah, no, okay. Guess not. No, I think that's a good ruling. Like, I think normally the tiles you want to exchange are not tiles your opponent wants to draw, so I think it's okay that they already made their draw before, and then you just apply the procedure. That's hilarious. Poor you. Okay, let's look at some more games. I'm not saying you can assume it, Mofo. I'm just saying that as much as the rules cover all sorts of situations and as many situations as we've tried to have them cover, sometimes there's a situation that arises that is not explicitly covered by the rules, and so the director just has to rule something. And I think this is very reasonable. First time attempting to eat while you play? Oh, it's easy. Just keep doing it. All right, so if I miss a bingo, I'm just looking at this game to make sure I didn't miss a bingo. If I miss a bingo, I am gonna try this hot sauce, which I now know is around 130,000 Scoville units. But like, you have to make. Anyways, I'm just saying you have to make a ruling, Mopo, and unfortunately, sometimes, yeah, it doesn't necessarily. It's not perfect. My toilet hopes I make every bingo. I've never had that sort of reaction to hot sauce, but I appreciate it, Jug Cancel. um, everyone's body's different, right? But I have done a lot of hot pepper eating on stream when WTF was here. Yeah, 130,000. It's probably one of the hottest things I've ever eaten. All right. So, my opening rack against Morris is AEEOPRT. So I was thinking like maybe I should play Pario or maybe Ope. Let's see what the analyzer thinks. Did I miss operate? No, just kidding. I didn't miss. I got you. I got some of you. I got some of you. I got some of you. I got at least one of you. I got Skylar. Let's go. I got Skylar. Oh, good, good, good. What's up, Skylar? Good to have you. Um, what? Both players should see the tiles before they go back in the bag. What is this? Which director made this scenario up? That doesn't make any sense. Like, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't feel like a, I don't know. That's a very weird scenario. Is that from like a NASPA news thing? So you might notice that Operate has some extensions and some sandwiches potentially. So I know like cooperate is there and reoperate is there. I think unoperated is probably a word. Unoperated. Potsy was your nickname in college? Okay, there's no unoperated. Okay, yeah, it's just those. So my question to you guys is, first of all, do you ever open with a bingo? Are you as lucky as I am? Sorry, Mopo, the link doesn't work, but I'll trust you that it's on NASPA know the rules.pdf. But I can address that with them. That seems pretty stupid. Like, that would mean... Well, I don't know. Maybe that's appropriate enough, because like I said, most of the time the tiles you're exchanging... No, but sometimes I really want to draw the tile. Like, that doesn't work when there are, like, a lot fewer tiles in the bag. That doesn't make sense. Well, thank you, Skylar, for following the channel. So, do you guys understand the heuristics of opening plays? That's my question. Because the one thing you might notice with my opening play of Operate is it really breaks the golden rule for opening plays, which is vowels are not happy next to double letter scores unless it's your turn. Then they're very happy to receive your high scoring consonants. So the question is, how many points are you willing to sacrifice to not expose these vowels like this? Now, the answer is different whether you're playing CSW or NWL. In CSW, overlaps are worse. There's more of them, and they score more. And yeah, there's no safe vowel. Amazingly, in NWL, the U is obviously the safest vowel. But then the E is not that bad. Like, the E will only take the X, whereas the A will take the Z, the X, the I will take the X, the Q, the O will take the J, the X. So the E is actually, like, in terms of worst case scenarios, not as bad as 3 of the other 4 vowels. But yeah, in Collins, like, this is a lot worse. And in Collins, I might actually play, like, maybe this one? Or this one? No, not this one. And sacrifice the 4 points. But that might even be too much in Collins still. But if you concede 3 of them, it's hard for your opponent to claim all of them because you will get a play on one of them as well. That is true, Jug Handle. Absolutely. That is definitely a factor. But it's not that big of a factor because your opponent gets first dibs on them and will usually take the better scoring spot and will leave you with a lot less to work with. But we don't really know. Like, this is one of the things that we like have estimated heuristics about. Like, how many points do you sacrifice? And usually for NWL, in most cases, 2 points is already too much. Or maybe slightly too much. So I wouldn't say that it is normal to play operate in a different spot here. I think it's a bit far. It's a bit too far. You score, you can see, but you score again. Yes. But the thing about that, Jug Handle, is that the fewer opportunities your opponent has on the next turn, the easier it is for your opportunities to be pruned properly and to take the opportunities that really mess with your opponent's opportunities the most. Because there's nothing worse than when your opponent opens with a bingo, doesn't expose anything that you can work with, and you have to make like a 5-letter play or 6-letter play or just something really, really low scoring. Hey!
I am commented lol.
You're commented. I'm confused. First of all, careful, don't play committed in Scrabble. Just my opinion there. You probably shouldn't play that word. But thank you so much for subbing for 35 months. You're almost at the 3. You're almost done with the gray J. You'll be black J soon. Hello, Beyond Mediocre Mandarin. Hi from China. You can watch this before your class starts. But you don't need opportunities if your opponent has none. You need opportunities if your opponent has some, but those opportunities don't need to be that big of a deal. Because if you could play reactively, that's the best thing to do. Whereas if you play something like operate and three tile plays played here, which is going to happen a lot of the time, you might just not really have much to work with next turn. Your opponent can pick and choose which overlap they want to play that gives you the least amount of counterplay. And yeah, you might just not really be able to react. The way that I find Scrabble tends to work is there are a variety of things that can happen, but oftentimes there are very specific areas of the board where it's okay to be more aggressive. And on the opening play, unless you're just going crazy and playing for content, usually it's just not a good idea to give your opponent overlaps that score very well. Like, sure, you might draw them yourself, but if you do, you're not necessarily in any better shape than you would have been if there were no overlaps. Because if your opponent doesn't get any overlaps and they try to open the board, well, they're giving opportunities to you. And here, oftentimes the overlaps are not going to give you as much as you'd like. But this is not something that like is very clear in my head. That's why I was asking what people think. Oh no, Chris donates a lot. I'm sorry. What's up, Tactics? High five, Crab. How's it going? And Luckbox Lind. You're more worried about putting the E in the double-double lane. Yeah, putting the E in the double-double lane is definitely not ideal. The O is worse, I think. Or is it the O or the A? I think the O and the A are slightly worse. But overlaps are far more likely and important to deal with. So anyways, I took 74. But yeah, it might not be because, like I said about opponents picking and choosing the correct overlaps to play, the engine and the heuristics we have are basically from Quackle, I think, right now. The engine doesn't understand the opponent like making an overlap that's going to reduce your overlapping potential. It just assumes your opponent just makes like whatever overlap has the best leave and score. So that is worth some amount of points. I don't know how much. And what I thought was really funny here, and I'm playing Morris Greenberg, by the way, who's like very talented player. Gerchi, what's up? The opening play is usually a good situation for a sim, but the more variance an opening play has, the less good the sim will be at deciphering what the correct play is. Because there's so many possibilities of opponents playing differently than what's being predicted. Whereas if you have a very solid opening play, a sim is very useful because it's really going to have a decent idea of what the opponent's going to do. And Mr. Monopoly, you're coming just in time. Yes, I did like the idea of cooperate or reoperate being possible here. Yeah, we'll see if it comes up. So what was funny here is I was sitting waiting for Morris to probably overlap the A, the T, and the E. And I was trying to imagine what he would do, and I figured that I saw 3 letters on his rack at some point. I'm like, okay, he's probably going to overlap on one of these 2 sides. And I figured that he was way likelier to overlap on the right side because that would leave the operates and operated hooks more accessible since more words end with S and D than start with S and D. So he wouldn't want to make an overlap on the left side, which would cut off potential for hooking operate. It might still allow 7-letter words, even words making operates and operated, but they're less likely, and the 7-letter words are now going to open a triple. So way less ideal for Morris. So since he's already playing from behind, I felt it was very likely that he was going to play on this side, which really benefited me in the iteration of things that we were playing. So yeah, very happy to see him take Ya on the right side because my rack was made much better by being able to play QIS and operates, which is like, this is like a 1-2 punch. You'll face this decent amount of the time with opponents like opening with a bingo and then hooking a 40-point play the next turn. And it just sucks. I've dealt with it before. It's just like, it's so demoralizing. Anyways, let me answer Jug Handle's question. So is somebody infinitely worse than you? Oh, I already disagree with the premise. Let's pick a random word that looks bad for this board for you, such as Moxie. Moxie scores way more than 40. Moxie's 50. But yeah, let's think about it. How bad is that for you compared to your medium draw of 7? Oh, that's much worse. That's much worse. If if the response here is an X bomb that like opens the board on the bottom, whereas if I played operate with no overlapping potential, like the X has no good home. Like he's gonna play Moxie for maybe like 20 fewer points or something like that. Like that's so much worse for me. And yeah, if I knew he had the X, I would definitely play operate for 70. You missed me by 10 minutes. That's okay, Richie. I hope your stream went well. But yeah, that doesn't happen that often. And that's what's interesting about Scrabble is like we don't know. Like, is it even appropriate to try and make a heuristic about the opening play? I think so because our intuitions can only like lead us so far. Like knowing usually what the like amount of points to sacrifice is probably pretty useful because then you can choose based on like how bad the overlap is. With ATE, the overlap's pretty damn bad versus like another play that only exposes one vowel, for example. That's way less bad. Anyways, after some thought, Morris made a very interesting play of envoi here. And the reason this play is so interesting is because it has a hook. And that's not it. That's not the only interesting part. The interesting part is, does Morris know? And knowing how Morris plays Scrabble, which is very creatively, Morris is probably one of the most creative players in the game right now. Is he doing this on purpose? And normally I would say yes, but then at some point he said during my turn, he said, "Oh, I'm an idiot." Like he said that. I was like, why did he say this? Did he just not realize he'd set up an R? Like, I don't know how often he has an R here. It's probably not that often, even if he knows he's setting it up. But yeah, it sort of maybe led me astray a little bit. It's like, why? What is he thinking he's like done wrong here? And he told me after the game that it had nothing to do with the play of envoi, I think. I don't remember what he said. But no, I didn't think for 7 minutes because I thought I had a pretty clear play. The problem was I was slightly doubtful of the validity of the word I was about to play. But because he said I'm an idiot, I was like, well, he's already doubtful of himself. So I should be fine, even if somehow the play I'm making is not a word, which I think it definitely is a word. But I definitely had my doubts. But if your opponent is more doubtful than you, you're going to get away with phonies. And that's exactly what happened. I played a phony bingo of Gray size, which it's only phony in North American lexicon. But we were playing in the North American lexicon. And so this is an absolutely tremendous blunder. Because yes, I had just agencies. Like agencies is probably worth me just like having hot sauce. Like unless I'm sure this is phony, and I'm just going to challenge. Gertchie gifting the 5 crab. Thank you so much. Oh, 5 crab also saying thank you so much. Jinx. Now, I never saw agencies, so I think I should try this hot sauce, right, WTF? The one we were talking about yesterday? Is it time? Do you guys think because I played this? It didn't get challenged, by the way. He said hold, and then 3 seconds later he said okay. I said if I miss a bingo, I try this hot sauce, and I did miss a bingo. I didn't see agencies. No, but this isn't any hot sauce. For season 23 of Hot Ones, this hot sauce is the 4th hottest one. I think it's number 7 out of 10. So this is like going to be an experience if I have some of this. Fire extinguisher prepared. 130,000 Scoville. So let me run a poll. Because, like, this is a less defensive play. I mean, the one benefit is, like, if either of these scoring spots are taken, the renvoi hook is no longer a big deal. But this gives a lot back. Whereas with Gray Size, if I'm sure this isn't a word and I'm playing it on purpose, and I'm just like a genius, I'm like, oh, I could have told you guys, oh, I saw agencies, but I thought he would see agencies and let this play go and then hook it and lose his turn. Like, that would be if I was a good Scrabble player. I would do that. But no, I was fully convinced this was a word, and if I had thought about GRECISE, which has been defined in the Twitch chat already, if I had thought about it, I would realize that that one looks really unfamiliar. So the fact that these are all spellings of the same term, to make Greek, I would think that there is probably some logic, and that this even though this looks a lot better than without the A, this is also just Collins only. But how do you separate these things? Like, franchise is a word with an S. Like, there's a bunch of ones like that that are valid with an S and also valid with the Z. It's like, it's ridiculous. They're all valid in CSW, which is nice. You were surprised how strong Morris was when you played him. Why were you surprised, Sai Adam? But no, look, franchise is valid. Franchise is a valid word. And there's others, I think. What's the one for Chinese? It's what's the one in... It's like, S... I think it's with an S. To make Chinese. Synesize. Yeah, I don't think that one is good. Thank you, guys. I don't think that one is good. Yeah, that one's Collins as well. But I think there are others. Are you trying to give him a compliment? Okay, what about Germanize? Okay, that's Collins as well. What others can we think of? Yeah, Romanize, okay. Although that's not, I mean, that's, yeah, I would count that one. Anglicize is good with an S for sure, right? Yeah. And thank you, CellST, as well, in YouTube for saying synthesize. Oh, that's awesome. Nice play. But yeah, there's others as well, I think. Italicize? Oh, but that's not Italian, is it? Latinize, yeah, is not good with the S in NWL. Anyways, let's run a poll. Does this merit Do I need to have hot sauce? Do you guys think that this counts as a missed bingo? Because I wasn't 100% sure, and I never saw agencies. I bet you Twitch is going to want me to have hot sauce. People in YouTube, type 1 if you think I need to try this extremely hot sauce. Type 2 if you think that we can wait until I miss an actual turn where I have a bingo and I don't play a bingo. Oh my god. 12-1 in Twitch, so I guess it doesn't even matter. Oh god. Okay, it's probably the hottest hot sauce. Wait, have I had anything hotter with you, WTF? Have I had anything hotter than this with you? Did you have me taste a really hot one that's hotter than this? Probably not, right? The Thai peppers were very hot, yes. Those were raw peppers. Should I put this on like bread or should I just have it straight? I mean, you don't put hot sauce on bread, but I might get heartburn. Yeah, probably. All right, I should put it on a piece of baguette. Does that make sense? I posted a picture. I don't have a cracker. I posted a picture before I was able to attend the Crescent City Cup tournaments. I posted a picture one of the years of a baguette with hot sauce on it. Or maybe, no, actually, maybe during COVID when we were doing the virtual Crescent City Cup, I had baguette with hot sauce. I think. I'm not drinking. I'm just having a little bit on my finger. Yeah, okay. I'll be right back. Okay, piece of baguette. Yeah, okay, I get it. Thank you for the follow. Okay, here's the piece of baguette. Back of the hand. Okay. I'm opening it. Should I smell it? I'm scared. Putting a little tiny bit on it. Okay. Wow, it is bright. Oh, and I smell it. I smell it. I can sense it. Come on. Show people. Look at how bright this is. Yeah, all right. Good luck, me. That is nothing. This is the hottest sauce I've ever had. Here, I'll show it again. It's a Quebec brand. Their hottest sauce. You guys want me to put more? I need to put more? You guys fucking serious? That's not fair. Alright, see you beyond mediocre Mandarin. No, if you want me to put more, you need to donate. 1 drop for each letter in gray size. Oh my god. You think I'm gonna be missing more bingos? Alright. I'm gonna have it. Wow. Wow, even that tiny amount, I can feel it. But it feels nice right now. It just feels like a normal burn. But I can tell like that this thing has punch. Ah, okay. So I played Gray Size, which is arguably potentially the worst mistake I made so far that I've seen. In terms of like how bad. Bring it to Atlantic City. WCF. I'm already planning on bringing a lot of stuff to Atlantic City. But yeah, that was really nice. Versus like a sick burn. That tastes really good. I'll have a little bit more. Yeah, this is again review of the tournament I played a week ago. Oh, this one is I think a bigger drop too. Slightly bigger drop. All right, let's go. So he holds and releases after a few seconds and then plays weird. And now I'm in this weird situation where it looks like I should have a really high scoring play, but I can't spot it. So I can do something like this for 28. But now I'm like concerned about the hooks on Gray Size. So I'm up 85 points. I've already bingoed twice. So now I have to start worrying about hooks. But look what I have. I have cooperates for 42. And this play is very nice. And considering that Gray Size doesn't actually take any hooks because it's not a word, this is probably what I should play. But I made a very creative move. I think a very wrong move, but a very creative move. Let's see what I missed. Okay, it likes just this. Okay, Nosp is interesting. Pox. So I played Knife for 24, which inhibits the O column and keeps cooperates for next turn. And the added benefit is that once I play cooperates, I'm not opening a shit ton of floaters. Since Knife will be on the board, I'm not actually giving him tons of options. Not enough room for JAC. True, that's true. Anyways, that hot sauce is pretty nice, so I'll probably have to have a little bit more next time for it to actually affect me. So yeah, if Gray Size was a word, this would be a good play. And wait, you know what? What's even more? If Gray Size is not a word, and I know Gray Size is not a word, this is an amazing play. This is an amazing play because it really makes him think that I'm trying to deal with the hooks, right? It makes Morris like not think about whether Gray Size is a word or not, because even if it isn't a word, it looks like I think it is. So that's a cool psychological game that I could have been playing if I actually knew words. But alas, I play Knife, which is definitely a mistake because I'm not actually blocking anything. And Morris takes a while and plays Vug. Oh, sorry, he doesn't play Vug like this. He plays Vug here. Blocking cooperates. Oh, ghost pepper blueberry sauce? Isn't that like the one we could have gotten in what do you call it? That town in where the Pueblo lives? WTF? What is that town called? I don't remember. Taos, yeah. I think Taos, they sold that blueberry ghost pepper sauce at that store. Okay. So he plays Vug, and he somehow just blocks cooperates, which makes me sad. Now let's see if I missed a bingo. I saw the 7-letter word on my rack. A kind of European duck with a red head. Nice. Yeah, that didn't play. And I didn't miss anything. So here I played Parvo to keep the D for Grayicized, to block the triple. But I also thought of playing Dorp immediately for 34, keeping very nice CHA. But I figured I'm actually up by a lot here. And although Morris makes these plays a lot, where he opens up a huge threat and he's just like, here, block this, but he absolutely has no intention of ever using what he's opening. He's just sort of forcing your hand. I realized this, but I was like, well, this is 39 points anyway, and keeps really nice letters, so I think I'm going to play it regardless. Like, it could be that he's sitting on a blank and he's going for a triple, but it seems unlikely. Seems like he's just doing, like, threat is stronger than execution type play. Yeah, he's WTF and Morris should talk about Scrabble strategy. That would be fun. But yeah, there's also Havoc, which scores the same and keeps DPR, which might actually be better on this board, considering Grayicized being a word, but it isn't. But I played Parvo. And I think he held the play of Parvo for a few seconds. And then he played Thez for 48, which forms a phony. I didn't hold. I was like, yeah, that's a word. So I've now phonied. Oh, I'm feeling a little bit of... and I've let him hook my phony. So we're just playing as if this is a word, which is fine, you know? We can play with our own house rules. And I draw this very beautiful rack, which has at least one bingo playable. And yeah, I had to, in this situation, I had to be like almost certain that this is a word to play it, because the only way I can lose this game reasonably is if I lose my turn and he just like starts scoring and bingoing. So yeah, 5 crab finds echinoid, and that is a thing. And because Morris had just like nothing here, oh, I can't do this. He challenged unsuccessfully because he felt he couldn't win at this point. So now I'm ahead by 170. And look what I draw. All the scoring tiles. And I have a lot of options here. I saw that I could play juvie. I saw that I could play Judy. And was there something else I saw? Oh yeah, there's this play. Goji. Setting up XU. How do y'all like that play? What do you think of that? Morris destroyed you in our game. Cool, Syadam. Have you posted our game yet, Syadam? I don't think so, right? Was there something else I considered here? Oh yeah, I considered Jivey as well. But I played Judy. I like this play because it eliminated 7-letter words that like open up big threats and left me with the X, which I can often just use to
Scrabble?
Scrabble.
welcome raiders. I haven't had a raid in like forever. That scared the hell out of me. Thanks, Zando. Well, let's shout out Zando. Okay, nice clip. So how's Jersey Devil? How's that game I saw you playing? Anyways, we're here reviewing some tournament Scrabble games I played over the last weekend, Martin Luther King Jr. weekend in New Orleans. Oh, you liked that video? Awesome. Thanks, Zendo. More coming. So I was explaining why I played the word Judy, which means a woman. Okay. I wanted to block my opponent from getting words down here and opening the bottom right of the board. And I'm ahead by 166. So I basically can't lose. And this keeps the X. I have XI here next turn for 33. And if I draw an A, I might get Xenia for 40. So there are many reasons why this play seems very good. If I get a B, I get Ibex. Anyways, the X has some nice potential, whereas the J usually doesn't have that much potential. So Morris is dead and plays none for 6. Just trying something desperate. And I draw a blank. And oh yeah, there was already this X spot that I was thinking of. XI and EX would play here after Judy. So yeah, although there is this fun idea of setting the X up, the X already scores enough on this board that it's not worth sacrificing a ton to set it up even better. And here, I couldn't see a bingo. I was close to Pontifex. But I decided that I needed to choose between XI for 40 and EX for 36. And what do I usually do when there are weird situations like this? I take the move that scores less because I don't listen to the heathens, such as myself, that say, when in doubt, take the points. So I figured it was close between EX and XI, and that EEFN was a lot worse of a leave than EFIN, even with the blank. Figure that after this, I'm way more likely to draw into a bingo. And that the 4 points was worth sacrificing. I'm also setting up my F, but that doesn't actually matter because there's already this spot. But yeah, I decided to play X for 36. And it actually has the best equity by 1.57. Wow, very nice. So, I mean, that's good enough for me. But yeah, I'll definitely check out simulation to see if it was worth doing. Oops. Oh. Morris still just struggling massively, plays pull for 12. And look at the score. 401 to 186. And I'm about to bingo. So, yeah. Can you guys spot any bingos here? Okay. Five Crab has spotted In Flame. Normally, the spelling of that is EN, I think. At least in my understanding. Wait, really? In Flame with the I is common? And EN is not? To me, EN looked a lot better than IN. I knew they were both good. Inflammation. But that's not... Yeah, I guess that's the same thing. Maybe. Huh. Apparently the EN is obsolete. I've been just speaking obsolete English. Right. All of those things make sense, but I've just always seen it end flame. Yeah, Churro finds the play that I made of Fulmine, which is better because it doesn't put the blank on the triple word score or triple letter score. Yeah, I feel like end flame is used these days. It's not obsolete. And now look at the score. I'm up 300 points, but wait, there's more. Morris then plays Gut for 11. I mean, this is just the saddest game you've ever seen, isn't it? And now I finally have a weird rack, yeah? Finally have a weird rack. It's not obsolete in the US, but less common per mirror. Okay, interesting. Ouroboros is good in CSW. Like that. Anyways, this was a weird turn. I mean, obviously you just play anything. But yeah, I saw I could play like Boo for 22. But that kept double A, double R. And I thought, okay, maybe my best play is just Oka. Oh, wow. That's better. Yeah. Okay. Analyzer finds a better play. Arrow for 20, undoubling everything. Yeah, definitely an improvement over what I did. Did not see the R hook on Aya so late in the game. Oh, Jug Handle found Boo very quickly. Nice. It's not an easy play to spot. Oh, there's also Aroba, which actually that might be the best play to go for the blank. Just like expedite the game. But the reason that Arrow is probably the best play is ABOR is nothing special. But if I draw a D, I'm getting by road, and I noticed this in the game, and that's 39 points. Obviously, that's not a play I want to make because it sets Morris up for high scoring bingo, but it is still a thing. So yeah, playing arrow is probably pretty good. But I played Oka. This is again the North American lexicon. It'll show you up here what lexicon I'm playing in. Pseudo. But yeah, I'm sorry that's it's not clearer and that there are multiple lexica that confuse everybody. So I played Oka, and Morris gets to the spot first and plays Burls. 35. Your screen's tiny, gotcha. And what do I draw to ABORR but O blank? So I'm actually pretty close to Ouroboros, yeah? So I had already thought about this word as a possibility last turn, but I made the blank an M. I made the blank an M. Hello, Hirnu Malmferg. Welcome. Hello from Canada. Bra rooms, yeah. I do, Mopo, eventually. So I saw both of these. I wasn't actually 100% sure arborist was a word. And played bar rooms. And Morris didn't recognize this and challenged. So, yeah. Look how much I'm up. 333. Against a 1900 strength player. Oops. What was my... Is that my rack? No. I had an M instead of a T. So, yeah, with 3 in the bag, I just played off AW. And, Morris played Toad. I think he drew the M. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he drew the M after Toad because it looks like the play of Toad attempts to go out next turn. And I think with every draw, he goes out except the M. Maybe not with the T's, actually. Yeah, how does he go out with the T's? Anyway, so that's 5 out of 8 draws he's going out. But here he's threatening to play timed. And so I'll wait until the ad's over on Twitch. I want to show people how hilarious this was. And I was just talking about this exact thing with another top expert friend of mine today. And I was telling him how I find that I used to be more creative as a player. And nowadays when I do something that like can lead to other things, people are more likely to like realize what the plays are doing. Like, oh, he's playing this because if he does this, he gets this. And oftentimes, yes, I do have whatever that is in mind. But oftentimes I don't. Oftentimes, like, I'm just making a play, and people are gathering information from it when watching the game and are just like, wow, Josh is so clever. Like he's doing this thing. Um, and oftentimes I'm not. Like recently in a Lake George game, I've shown this before, but basically like, and I made a video about it where I made a play and like, and I was like, oh, he's predicted his opponent's gonna play this because he knows his opponent's rack, and then he's gonna get this. I was like, no, I didn't predict any of that, but that's great. So in this position, I wanted to block timed, and so I played AIT for 10. And then I was like, okay, so Morris is probably gonna just like play med or something for 20 or EM. But I have TIAN in the top right for 24, and that's great. So he puts down MED, and while he's putting that down, I'm like, oh shit. And then he's like, oh shit. And then he's like, oh, that's so clever. And I'm like, nah, man, like, I didn't realize. The problem is if he plays med, he's giving me mediant for 30. And I did not recognize this at all. All I was doing was blocking timed and retaining tie-in for 26. But he puts the play down, he's like, oh shit, like, I can't do that. I was like, oh, nice. So then he puts it down for 19 instead. Which I think it's better to play EM. And I go out with tie-in for 26. And I win this game, wait for it, by 362. Wait, what? Hold on. How did I have such a wrong score? No. I had the wrong score. I won by more than official. Officially, my final score was 626. What? $116, $191, $215, $254, $334, $365. Oh. Okay, the first mistake. I counted Judy as 30 because I'm so used to playing jury for 30 in the same sort of positioning. So I'm down 1. That's 1 point. Then what? What happens? Full mean, I count as 81. Yeah, that's still good. Oh, then Oka, I count as 20. What am I doing? So I miscounted both of these plays. This one by 1 and this one by 2. And again, this makes me really upset because it's my opponent's fault, not mine. My opponent should be checking my math. Yes, that was the Geodesy game, Ian. Or Ian. I keep fucking calling you Ian. The contrast between Matt's commentary and my commentary, yeah, it is really funny. And I do count correctly, but everyone makes mistakes. Even Adam Logan, even Jackson Smiley, they will miscount things from time to time. Less often than I do. But we're in this together. We should be counting everyone's plays together. It's my opponent's fault. Ridiculous. I'm gonna tell Morris right now that he owes me $3. Every point that he didn't let me have is $3. Maybe I should have hot sauce every time I screw up a math in the game as well. All right. Damn. So I only won the game by 359. According to... So is this my biggest margin of victory ever? 362 points. That's more than most of you score in one game. Did I buy 2 bottles? I don't make that many math mistakes. Every time I'm off on a probability, oh god, yeah. Don't remind me. It's true, Slug Biker. It is a very like Gotham chess thing to say, right? Like, oh, you guys are all like 200 elo. That's not what I'm saying. Okay? That's not what I'm saying. But yeah, very sad game. Very happy game for me. Yeah. How much did I beat Matt Graham by? I beat him 630. I had 636, I think, to his 2. Let me find this game. Oh, wrong website. Matt Graham. 638, 252. Okay, that's 386. So that's a bigger margin of victory. Have you guys seen this game? Something like this will never happen again, probably. Not true. Not true 2013 version of myself. It just happened again. Not quite as bad, but I think there's also... It'll all happen? I doubt it. How much is this? 643 to 319. That's only 324 points. Okay, why haven't people... Have people not seen the insane game? I think Will should make a video about it. Can I find it? Has everyone seen the insane Will Anderson versus Hasty? Best game versus Jackson? Not even close. 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Five days ago. Did I just pass it by? Where is it? Where is this game? Oh, there it is. Has everyone seen this game? Look, it's just a normal game. Very normal game. So now something fun happens. Can you guys spot the highest scoring bingo for Hasty Bot? Boom. All right, so that's fun. Narcotize for 100. So now Will's in a weird situation because he can't win this game unless he triple triples. So Will makes a really, really good play against Hasty Bot of Ilka for 16, which creates another spot to triple triple. And Hasty is stupid, so it's not going to block unless that's the best equity play. So this is a great play. It's probably not going to work because all of these terrible tiles are in the bag. But it could work. And keep in mind, this is a 6-minute game. So after Narcotize, Will plays. Oops, I spoiled it. Fuck me. Ilka. And Hasty has this rack. And yeah, this happens. So this is probably the most points I've ever seen anyone get in a normal Scrabble game. Like we saw the 850 game. The Boke site game. We saw Joel Sherman's like 800 game. You saw 917? Where? How? Where are these games? A bot got 917? Can you show us? Yeah, I mean there are creations, there are constructions there you score more. It's definitely possible to score um it's definitely possible to score more than 873. It just doesn't happen. Ugh. Yeah, you need something like this to happen. Yeah, I'll input the moves. I'll input the moves. Do you have them? 917? That's the first time I feel like anything's ever scored over 900. But maybe people that have had the bots play each other millions of times have seen 900 games. Anyways, I still feel good about 362 points victory. You'll paste. So it's not like on Woogles yet. Hi, Ruby. It isn't on Woogles, so I have to put it there. Oh, I'm tired. I'm waiting on WTF, but I probably shouldn't be. Let's look at this. You sent it on Facebook? Okay, I'll take a look after the stream. I'm not going to Facebook. Not going to Messenger. All right. No, WTF. Thank you for... I will take a look. I'll take a look later. You should just input it onto Woogles and then I'll take a look at it. If you want it. Like, just put it in Woogles and then I'll look at the game. I won't have to do all the work. Oh, shit. Carl exchanged on the first move and I just didn't mark it down. Is that true? Or did I just go first? Maybe I should figure that out. I can probably figure that out. Let me see. No, I don't have it anymore. Darn. Maybe I can still find it. Dr. MC. Round 7. Yeah, Carl was supposed to be first. I think he exchanged, though. I think I remember him exchanging. I just don't know how much he exchanged. But maybe he didn't. Maybe I cheated. Because I don't remember how much he exchanged. No, but the weird thing is, okay, I have a terrible record against Carl Johnson. Carl Johnson was the 3rd highest rated player in this tournament. And the first 2 games I ever played against Carl, I opened with an 100-point bingo and lost. And ever since then, I've just felt like he's just a complete and utter wall that I can't breach. And again, I'm opening with a bingo against him. And he's like, oh, it's going to be one of these games again. And I was like, yep. Yep, it is. So he finds his... Okay, so when I played Foliate, I was like, damn, what are the extensions? And I couldn't think of any extensions. But there are 3, I think. But more on that later. I mean, you can already see one of them here. That's one of the extensions. Anyways, Carl plays Truistic. That's his best play. I draw this, and I play OG. Keeping the D hook for foliated. Trying to bingo next turn, take away the scoring spot. Carl plays Maven, blocking my bingo. Lane. And here's my rack. And something really funny happened here. So I saw pre-foliate. And I was like, oh, that seems somewhat vaguely familiar. But I can't play this. Carl's gonna know better than me 10-letter words. So I can't do this against Carl. Well, pre-foliate is not a word. What I was thinking of was perfoliate. That is a word. And perfoliate, unless I have a bingo on this turn, is my best play. And so I was confused about that. I was looking for a bingo through the O. I was looking for 9-letter words. And I saw a possibility of playing carpet bed or bed carpet. And I was like, I feel like one of these words might be a word. But I couldn't pull the trigger because, again, Carl knows the dictionary far better than I do, especially the 9-letter words. And I was sure in this position that I was missing out on something. And I ended up playing Rabbik for 15, which Carl, I think he held this play for a few seconds before accepting. So he clearly wasn't one of the people that watched my 2023 Scrabble Players Championship or North American Scrabble. The fuck is it called? Whatever. I might have been thinking of carpetbag. But yeah, I played this word against Joey in the finals. Yeah. And so he clearly didn't watch this. And yeah, the problem is perfoliate is by far the best move. I played Rabbit because I had a lead and I had a blank. So if I can block his easy spots and leave less easy spots that I should be likelier to hit, keeping the D again for foliated, I should be okay. But this is a huge mistake over perfoliate. Carl responds with debit. I asked him if he had cash and he said no. What is this? 1960. And here's where I have to have hot sauce. I actually know that I missed a bingo here. I missed 2 bingos here. I missed 2 bingos in this position. Shit. I definitely didn't think before choosing this game. I saw D people and I didn't like it. I didn't think that was a word. Because in a recent game, I phonied with re-people, I think, or un-people against Jason Lee. And so since that game, I just don't trust any people extensions. So no, I saw polypede and I did not think that was a word. I did not think polypede was a word. And it isn't. Whereas if you take the E off, it is a word. But yeah, that one was also giving me pause. The other bingo I missed was, for some reason, I saw the possibility of loppeted, because loppet is a word. I was like, I don't like this. I think I'm thinking of lippened. Lippened. Carl Johnson means business. Yeah. But for some reason, I just didn't see Loppered. And after chickening out of Loppiest at Nationals, how do I not know all the Lop words? So let's learn all the Lop words. Lophobranchiate. Okay, I know lopstick. I know lopsided stuff. Loppered, loppering, lophophore, lophophores, loppier, loppiest, lopper, loppers, loppets, loppet, lopingly. All right, I think I've learned all the lop words. So yeah, the two bingos I missed were de-people and loppered in many positions. Oh, and lapited. Okay, so I need to put 3 drops of hot sauce. Oh god. Lapited is also a word. I think I saw that. And I also didn't think that was a word. Shit. Oh god. This is hot stuff. Okay. Let me try and show it. Ah. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Get some Pepto. I'll be fine. All right. Hello. Focus. 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 Holy shit. There you go. Okay, this is a lot more than the other two. They're just tiny drops. And it's less bread, too. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Woo! Hot. But yeah, I don't actually think it's that bad. As bad as it's supposed to be. That means it's a common English word. Viasu. Yeah, I should have a command. Um, valid in the common English lexicon. A word list developed by okay. Yeah, this isn't that bad. It tastes nice. But it's definitely very hot. Carl plays Fa, and I always have to remember. Okay, well, why don't you edit the command, Mr. Mod? Exclam commands edit. Commands space edit. Put Deldo? Yeah, I saw him say that. So I have to remember that Fa doesn't take anything. Who created Woggles? That was a team effort. I think the original idea to create something like Woogles was first talked about by Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, Jesse Day, and Cesar del Solar. But most of the work, I mean, there was a whole team that did tons of work, but most of the work that's been put into Woogles and continues to be put into Woogles is Cesar del Solar. It's his doing. Okay. So I played Pelted with a very sad reason for that. But I drew into this rack. And yeah, Fa is dead. There's nothing. You can't put a letter here. Impossible. Can you guys find a bingo here? Fought. Yeah, that's something that's commonly thought of as a word. But watt is a word. W-A-U-G-H-T. Is there some 9 through the ET? Peterette. Repotted. Yep, that's a word. Now this position is dear to my heart because it's because of previous experience that I was able to find the best play here. Or what I think is the best play here. Because I missed this word against Ben Schonbrun the second time I was ever live streamed playing Scrabble. And it was one of the worst games I've ever played. Hello, O-Edge. If you want to try and see if something is a word, use exclam define. So you can check pottered. Like Harry Potter. So yes, operetta was spotted by WTF, and it is by far the best play. A very tricky word to spot. But since I learned the hard way that it was tricky to spot, hopefully I can now find it whenever it's available. Good start. Pogo for 21. And now things just get like pretty stale, I would say. I'm really just scoring points and trying to outscore him. The Montreal tournament is Memorial Day weekend in May. I guess they just haven't like fully confirmed everything with the hotel. But I'm pretty sure that's just what's gonna happen. But maybe they're too busy with the Belleville tournament next month, or in a month and a half. So here I play Trouty, and even though it opens a dangerous spot, if Carl can't get there this turn, I should be pretty good to go in this game. This scores more than anything else I have. And it does also block a little bit. So hopefully he can't take advantage. And indeed he can't, but he realizes that he doesn't want to leave the scoring spot open and plays Oral. But now I'm up 84 points, and it's my turn. So I can afford to just do pretty much whatever I want here. And I decide that I'm going to play some defense. And play Jaeger. Blocking plays through the G and through the O mostly. Keeping IN, and maybe I can draw like an ING word. I guess preferably a 7-letter word. So I can get rid of that spot. But yeah, if you actually, the next Montreal tournament, Churro, if you're interested, is in 3 weeks from today. And it's going to be great. It's the pub tournament I've been running for over a year now. So y'all should come, even though it's only 6 games. So I decided to play Jaeger just to block stuff. And yeah, there really aren't that many amazing options here. So I figured, why not just try and defend this board a little bit. Yeah, Cyber's pretty good. Definitely is a little bit vowel heavy, maybe. But yeah, it blocks stuff through this D, which isn't like that big of a threat. But yeah, it's definitely a decent play that I didn't consider. So now I'm up over 100, and he's gonna need a lot of help. And he plays Izar for 30. And I draw pretty nicely because now I can just score points and really not worry too much about anything else. Because I could just do something like Fem or Fed, but define for 38 I thought was the right amount of aggressive. Keeping the M to score with. And just bringing the game forward. Going up by 110. This does have some risk associated to it. The risk being like there are situations where he's going to score a big bingo and maybe score a lot next turn, and it's going to be close. And he could also bingo twice after this move. So it's definitely not like set in stone I'm going to win this game, but neither is something like Fem or Fed. The thing about plays like Jaeger is that although they do disrupt a lot, there are still possibilities like QUE words where your opponent is getting a bingo score or close to it and reopening the board. So sometimes players make the mistake of trying too hard to block bingos and opening these like marginal spots where 5 or 6 letter plays can score very well on the triple and open the board. And I've lost a game like that to Joe Edley, and like it really felt like shit, because you think he's like, oh, he's going for a bingo, and then he scores like 50 points with like clunky letters because you were only trying to block bingos. So play of Define also removes some of those really annoying scenarios from occurring. A nice W spot. Sure. That's a thing, I guess. I don't know that it's worth noting. Maybe it is worth noting. But yeah, a play like this is more standard. And he could have like X'd for 60 points. Oh, that if I draw a W, I'm gonna have good options with it. Yeah. So the great thing about define is that I have this M to score with, and a lot of the tiles I draw with the M I can score with as well. And I basically at this point want to draw like a Q, not like really want to draw it, but like if I draw a Q, I should be okay anyway. The J is really helpful, the X is really helpful. If I can draw some scoring tiles, it means that he can't score with those tiles. And he's gonna need to bingo twice to have a chance. So that's why I played define. And yeah, I mean the game's over now. Carl plays Linz for 19, trying to block scoring spots, get rid of one of his S's. And something really funny happens. I wanted to play Mujik. What is Izar? Oh. Yeah, that is kind of weird. I didn't notice, but yeah, he had this for 48. I don't know, I think you have to take this, right? You're down by so much, even if you have many eyes. Yeah, welcome to strategy. Coming in hot with the what the hell was his play of Izar? It's so funny, like you notice these things. I've always told you, like I feel like it might not help your game that you notice these things during the game. Yeah, Azo is not like super easy to spot, but I do expect players to spot it. So in this position, I wanted to play Mujik for the first time. I don't think I've ever played this word. Maybe I have though. But it felt a lot better to play mix and block this best bingo line that he has. And keep the J to score with. I have Jug, I have lots of ways to get rid of the J. If I draw an A, I get Taj. So I play mix. And he plays... Oh, he plays in your W spot. 5 crab, wow. Now for 24. Yeah, like I said, the game's over. I'm pretty sure the Q is in the bag here, potentially. So I kind of want to like keep letters for it, but I figure that after Juvie, I have Souk, I have Souk here. If I draw QA, I have Kaids. So I'm not really worried about drawing the Q, so that's why I played Juvie. Of course, it's a lot more to play like jukes or jives, but I think, I don't know, I think it's probably, maybe it's wrong to leave 2 in the bag. I think it might be wrong to leave 2 in the bag though. I thought about this after I played Juvie, but if he has QA, and like QAA, and he plays Qua for 24, I might kind of be in a weird situation where the bag's empty, he's just set up Aqua, and it's like maybe gonna be hard to block, but that's probably not a big deal most of the time. But yeah, it might be better to... The problem is when I draw the Q after this, my options are like worse. A lot worse. I mean, I get Kadi with an A. Here I get Quad, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, I played Juvie, and this turned out to be a big mistake because I overlooked one thing. And if you guys can figure out... Yeah, I agree, Sayadam. I was very tempted to still play Mujik. If you guys can figure out what I overlooked, please let me know. So now Juvie is on the board. What threat is lingering in the unseen pool? I'll give you a hint. It involves a Q. Yes! 5 crab coming in hot. Kayak for 80 fucking points. And that's what Carl plays. So he was feeling really shitty until he saw this. He's like, oh, well, I gotta play this. I was like, oh shit. One of the rarest, maybe the rarest 5-letter word. No, it's probably not the rarest, but it's up there for sure. Kayak with 2 Q's. Mummy is rarest. Yeah, pizzazz with 3 Z's. It's probably more rare. And so it goes. In this position, just trying to find the best end game. And I thought about a few things, and I played Kiddo. Kiddo saves Saw and Scizor and Saw and Kiddos. So it seemed pretty good. I expected him to play SHO. And then I would play Saw to go out, but he played here. And let me go out for 26. And no, afterwards, he's like, oh yeah, I should have played up there, right? I was like, yeah, I think so. It's worth noting that this did give me AW for 35, but Carl can just go out with his ends and he can score a lot with none, so it's better to go out. So yeah, that was the game. You think ANTRE is rare? Is rarer than kayak? Could be. There are lots of 5-letter words that have like a million anagrams that like you'll never see all of them. But anyways, this is pretty rare. Okay, so let's look at this game. I think OG was the right idea. No, I don't think you think it I don't know. I've seen kayak happen before. It's not like it's one of those 5s that you'll see, but it's like almost never happens. What does YouTube have to say? Nice, I caught up from the beginning, watched with 2 times speed. Good. That is a very good skill you can only utilize on YouTube. Can't watch in 2 times speed on Twitch when you're rewatching. But you caught up. I'm not very difficult to catch up to. Here, new. Alright. So yeah, OG looks good. Be more aggressive about it. Yeah, this is a clear mistake. Over perfoliate. I thought it was prefoliate and I wasn't sure. And oh, one thing. Yeah, you can watch a VOD on 2 times speed, I think. But you can't watch... Can you watch a VOD in progress at 2 times speed? Maybe you can do that. I know you can watch a VOD in progress on Twitch, but it's a lot more difficult to achieve. Okay. Well, I stand corrected. So after this game, Weekend came over to look at our game, and it's like, oh look, he played kayak, and Weekend was like, oh cool, Dave Weekend. And I was like, Dave, is bed carpet or carpet bed a word? And Dave was like, oh yeah, I like carpet bed. I was like, really? Shit. And then Carl was like, sort of like trusting Dave. He's like, really? Carpet? That's a word? And I checked it wasn't a word. I was like, what the hell? I thought you knew all the 9s. Maybe he was just trolling me. And then, yeah, then I realized all the bingos I'd missed. So, I think Jaeger is fine. I think Define is fine. Mix is fine, yeah. I don't think it's anything to look at other than the end game. And I bet you I was right. No! Really? Oh, because of Taw, of course. I didn't even see Taw. Taw. Damn, yeah, do I have to drink hot sauce now? 2-point endgame mistake. Damn, that's one more endgame the humans didn't get right. Dave is an S tier troll, yeah. Humans versus Nigel. Humans have failed again. Even Carl made a 4-point mistake. All right. 2-point endgame mistake. Very sad. And the game against Carl is also pretty sad. All right. Churro, you here? I have 1, 2, 3 games left to look at. I don't know if I should look at the Adam Henderson game until he's taking a look at it himself. And I can put his racks in. All right, this is round 8. And I was 6-1. Annette was 7-0. Yeah. First game of the day, so don't expect anything amazing. I always have a bad first game of the day. Oh, usually. Usually that's the game that I play the worst in. All right. Oh, this is the last game of the day. It's the last game of the day. Forget I said anything. I probably played perfectly. It's the last game of the day. That's where I dominate. What's up, physics? How's it going? I would shout you out, but I don't want to embarrass you. Welcome in. It's been a long time. All right. If you're just joining, I'm looking over some games from New Orleans. So, opening move is Flume for 28. And I like this play because I knew this took a D hook, and I figured Annette might not be sure of Flumed, because I remember not being sure of it when I was early days playing. Oh, do you want the official answer? You want the official answer, or do you want the real answer, physics? Yeah, I remember we discussed that you weren't sure. Oh, and there's going to be an ad in like 30 seconds. Yeah, the unofficial is that I colluded financially with Jackson so that we would like help each other if one of us did worse than the other. So that's why. That's the main reason. And because I'm not doing great financially right now, that was hard to resist. Running out of Scrabble money to play in tournaments. Okay. Sorry about the ads that might be coming in like a minute. Annette played JEU for 26. And I draw phenomenally. EPOY blank. Yeah, that's a pretty good one, tactics. Okay, fine. Damn, physics is just like writing an incident report right now after he heard what I said. So, unfortunately, this is my kryptonite. I cannot find bingos with Y's in them. But, fortunately, it's the last game of the day, not the first game of the day, so I can find shit. So, the first thing I saw was serotype. And I was like, well, this is even better. Serotype with the C. The S is more dangerous to float out there. Yeah, I figure you probably have no problem with that physics. But I know that like there are things you do have big juicy opinions on as well. But I did my due diligence, as Andy Huang would say if he was commentating. And I didn't see overtype. But this is a phony that Joel Horn once played on me. Let me show you guys. I think I've shown this before. Shediac. Oh, it's good in Collins. Sorry, guys. Look, immediately. He plays over type. You won that, right? You won that tournament pretty convincingly, right? That one, Muffin? So he puts down over blank YPE. And I'm just like, what? He's just gonna fucking play over hype on the first move for 110. And then he takes the blank slip and circles a T. And I'm just like, you funny guy. You funny guy. Challenge. It was a very funny moment. And then he still won by 200. Because he tripled. Unpushed is a chess phony, but he accepted because he had a triple. And I tried to come back and I couldn't. He plays redolent and the game is over. Sad. One of the saddest games of my life. What did I do wrong this game? Zill looks fine. Yeah, I phonied. I played a better play than the best play. The best play is Humus, which doesn't allow him to triple. But this is better than the best play. Yeah, he played Ritola instead of Rondelay. Yeah, I remember that. And yeah, GIE might have been bad. Oh yeah, I played Curio. This is like an amazing move. Keeping two A's instead of keeping OA. Yeah, it's better than Spelunk, I think. Cause like, imagine just being super excited. Boom! Like being overhyped about your phony, which is what Joel was. Yeah, imagine being in this position where he just has like bingos. Like next turn, no matter what. Very sad game. Anyways, that's why I know that overtype isn't a word. But I wrote down all of the alphagrams that I was wanting to look at. Because still with serotype, I didn't like the board after this. I didn't like that, like, now it's just open season for bingos. Yeah, this floater, this floater, this floater. And it's hard to deal with. There's a lot of potential immediately. So I was trying to see if there was a better play through the E that didn't do so much damage. But no, these are the only two words that end or start with E. And I decided I'd play with the C, and because I did all of this like writing down, one could imagine that I was unsure. Like sometimes I do some writing down when I'm trying to like see if I recognize an alphagram or something like that. And yeah, when I have a blank too. But also when I know that there are bingos, I'm happy to just do some writing to see if I'm missing something, because I already know I'm going to bingo. So I'm not really giving my opponent any information other than they can assume that I'm going to bingo. And so what's cool about this is, like, I think serotype is a more common word than serotype or whatever. And so this has some like value in terms of like baiting a challenge, where again, opponent might be misdesignated the blank. Like maybe someone thinks this isn't a word and this is like, oh, serotype. He's probably thinking of that. He was just gonna make the blank an S. I would have let it go, but now I have to like think about it. And yeah, so I play this and Annette holds and then challenges, which I was very surprised. I was very surprised that she challenged, because I thought like I had tells. I thought that I was just like completely transparent. Oh yeah, designate the blank really early. I would never do that. Unless it was against you, 5 crab. But yeah, I thought that I was just like a transparent player, but I guess I have some potential yet. No. The official story is that I gave off a false tell, and that you challenged because of the false tell. That's the story we're going with, Annette. But yeah, it also puts her in a bad position. So it makes perfect sense to challenge something you're not sure of. What did I make? What did I do next turn? I see what I did, but I don't remember what letter I made the second blank. Spoilers. Spoilers. Okay. Oh, of course, I remember this now. The Kalis, yeah, the Kalis reads me better than everyone. It's too bad he's retired. So yeah, I saw all of these words and I decided to play non-valid. And maybe she challenges non-valid thinking it's not valid, right? This is a really funny word because unless you're sure that this is valid, um, you're gonna be like really worried that you're letting a phony go. Auto antonym, right? Exactly. Like I've had someone play non-valid and been like, hold. If you get away with non-valid and it's not a word, then I'm going to die. That's like worse than someone playing Scrabble on you. If only Axe was on the board. Oh my god, you're right. If AX was on the board, I could play Axer typo. Oh my god, who knew? That would be incredible. Wow, that's the closest I've ever been to playing my own name. So I play non-valid. Knowing that doesn't take an S, maybe she'll try it, probably not, but it's still a thing. Could also play Devonian, but like it's less likely an S hook's gonna exist there, even though I also know that doesn't take an S. And I also, yeah, I didn't think that serotype this one took a D, but I thought that the S one took a D. Serotyped. I must have played Josh many times, yeah. Hey, bouncing. Airport buddy. Did you guys meet in the airport? What? So, a hold. You can always hold your opponent's play. You are not supposed to hold words that you're not doubtful of, but that's like thought police stuff that you can't really, like, unless someone's just holding everything, like you can't call them on that. Like they can't get punished for that behavior. But there are players that will just hold things. Some people are just like maybe they're tracking or they're doing something, and you make your play, and they don't immediately. They want to finish what they're doing, and then they'll say hold. That's also not super okay. Like that's bad etiquette, I would say. But you can hold something whenever you're considering challenging it, and it prevents your opponent from drawing tiles for 15 seconds, and after 15 seconds they can draw tiles, but if they have any remaining tiles from the play they made, they need to keep the tiles and the new tiles separate just in case their opponent decides to challenge and the word is invalid, because then you have to put the tiles you drew back, not before showing them to your opponent. So it's this weird procedure, but very common that someone will hold a play. And they can hold for however long they want on their time. You can only hold a play if it's your turn. And once you're done holding, you have to say, like, I accept, or I release, or some people say unhold, which is, I think, the funniest way to do it. Nigerians say, enjoy, enjoy. That's what they say when they're done holding your play. But yeah. Nigel has held my play twice without challenging. I'm the only person in the history of the world that Nigel has done this to. Because if Nigel holds a word, he's probably going to challenge the play off the board. I have not heard of Nigel doing this to any other play other than invalid plays. But twice I played a valid word on Nigel and he held and then accepted. He's done it to you once? Strategy? What word? Or words? Was it a long word? For me, it was VAS, I think. No, wait. No, it was. Yeah, I think it was VAS and SOP. No, it was just S. No, it was SOP and two two-letter words he held. And then he held ethnical. SABOT. Okay, interesting. Oh, he held you on Skaldic. Damn it, I thought I was special. You guys suck. Good one, Bunzo. I was bouncing. I hope you understand the explanation that you were given. Rebecca does that. A lot of people say okay, which throws you off. No, WTF, he doesn't. Okay, so I played non-valid. And was it been here? Yeah. Been for 21. And this position was quite interesting. Even though... No, bouncing. But that has happened before. It happened in the World Championship finals. Jesse Day and him were playing in a very, very busy mall, I think in Thailand. But maybe it wasn't Thailand. Oh yeah, and maybe it wasn't even a World Championship. They were playing in a very loud situation where, because Nigel's voice is very like soft and calm, Jesse played a phony word. Nigel said hold and Jesse didn't hear him. So Jesse drew his tiles, and for not wanting to get into like a really annoying rules situation, I was just like, okay, whatever. Like, you phonied me, but it's not a word, but I'm still winning, basically. That has happened. I think it might have been different if it was like a game-winning play or something. So in this position, I have a few options. So this C is actually pretty nice. So I kind of want to deal with that. So I have a nice way of doing that with Zorai. And the problem with this play is that ARID is a word, arid, and lots of high-scoring letters will go here. Like AH, for example, will score 37 points, just easy. So it's not like super great to do this for that reason, but it does block the C quite nicely. And also with the play of Bin, she's probably not super close to like the highest scoring plays in this position, but neither am I. So Zorai was an option. And then I considered playing Tiz for 43. Scores more. The leave is similarly okay. Like EORU is, yeah, has 3 vowels on it. It's not great, but they actually go decently together. Whereas UTE, not as much. And I like this play because it eliminated like these things as floaters, but more importantly, like the double from the A. But the problem I had with this play is that you could very easily foresee a play making BIZE and setting up this triple. And of course, I know that Annette is fully capable of making said sorts of plays, even if she doesn't have the letter she needs to go there, because she knows she needs to create threats when she's down by a lot. So that was the thing I didn't like about Tiz. And it also doesn't block the C at all. So I wasn't really sure what to do. And I ended up playing Tiz. Yeah, there's also Zin. I did consider this as well. The problem with this play is that like a play through the ID is now possible, which won't allow me to do much a lot of the time. But it's also a decent option. And will probably lead to more bingos. EORTU. Like if you don't have a bingo with this rack, you're kind of like not doing anything, but I will draw into a lot of bingos with this. Hey, real skill. So yeah, I ended up playing Tiz. Figured that naturally, like, this would get blocked eventually. And, like, I could also make a play myself, maybe, that's less agreeable, making buys, potentially. But, yeah, Annette had just what I feared, and a great thing at that of tech, which only takes an S hook and puts a C here, which prevents me from blocking the hook, basically. There's nothing I can do after tech other than play from the C to inhibit stuff here. So this was a good play, and I mean, I'm up by so much that you need to just do things like this to give yourself the smallest of chances to win. And I had this rack. And I decided I didn't want to play anything from the F. And I wanted to play very cagey, block this C, and keep like EINOR, which if I can draw into a bingo next turn, the game is over. And if not, it's okay. I should still be able to make some sort of play. Like, I saw that I had enjoy or just joy or something. And I can always play from this F. I wasn't a huge fan of this play, but what I decided to do. Ruiner is probably a good play here. Digs into the bag for the 4 S's, which I can use to hit techs. Scores decently. And blocks plays that would potentially open the top of the board up. And I mean, I'm up by so much that, yeah, blocking things that open things is basically what I'm thinking of right now. Good one, Bynack. Yeah, after the C is blocked, I agree with you, strategy. That there isn't really much to work with. So I play Earn. I'm not like a huge fan of this play. Open to suggestion about what I should have done there. Here, Annette plays Flowed. And yeah, I draw pretty well. I draw into a bingo. She blocks lowering, which I was going to play, even though it opened a triple, because, you know, putting a G here, not the end of the world. But now I had the choice between dowering and cowering. And the first thing I needed to decide is whether or not cowerings was a word, and whether or not I would have the cojones to challenge an S hook on cowering if I played it. Allow her. Yeah, I agree with that strategy. That's a fine reason to play Furore. So I decided that cowerings was not a word and that I would challenge it no matter what the situation was, which I can make a pact with myself, and I was probably going to go back on that pact if it really mattered. But that was what I decided. I decided cowering does not take an S, and that I would challenge it. And that's why I played cowering. Otherwise, I should play dowering. And the reason I didn't play dowering, I wanted to eliminate this spot here. But honestly, like, I just felt I wasn't going to necessarily have the opportunity to block text stuff, and yeah, whatever. It's probably, I don't know, it's probably better to play dowering, but yeah. The problem with this play is she just played 5 tiles. She's probably gonna just be able to score 40 points. But once she does that, I can like deal with this area of the board and should be on easy street. There isn't any like super high scoring plays like Jaws or Jowl or something through that W. And the W is like only takes an O and an E. The R only takes an E, so it's not like super likely to be used. And yeah, I didn't actually think of the H hook on tech. And honestly, that probably is what flips. Why didn't I think of that? Because I had it in my head she was going to make a good play like tech, and I didn't realize that there were more hooks than I anticipated. So if I play dowering now, the likelihood that I draw an S or an H is quite high eventually. Like, I don't think I need to care too much about this staying open for a long time. So I think I should probably play dowering. Um, OWE underlap is duplicated as well. Huh? Oh. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, yeah, so I think strategy's point is that this will score a lot, but it already scored something here. I don't know that that's a big consideration, but it is interesting. So I played cowering because I was cowering. And that plays 3 of the S's at once with her S's. And then I left the table and called my lawyer because I can't be dealing with this sort of stuff during a Scrabble tournament. And that's how the game ended. Was that a bad? That was really bad, wasn't it? It was a terrible joke. So this gives me a great overlap with the queue of Kanat. And yeah, we're back in business. I'm up 200 points. What else? That makes another great play. So I think it was after this play of Apt where, what did I say? I said, did I say I love the way you play? What did I say, Annette? I said something like that. I complimented these plays of Tech and Apt because they're great. They're great. Yeah, they're great for the game, you know? And it's great to have people who are up and coming like make good plays, you know? Not just like think with their points and leave. Think about the board, think about what's going on. The reason this is a good play is it takes an R hook wrapped. And yeah, I might not be able to deal with that very well. You think with your bingo? Oh, that's the most physics thing I've ever heard. So anyways, I decided to play for 48 points and keep the worst letters imaginable. Net responds with honk. And honestly, I just, I felt bad. I wanted to make Annette feel better. I don't actually like the way she plays. Oh man. So here I could either exchange, which would be a big mistake. You guys think exchanging is a good thing. You never exchange. I either play audio or Oidia. So what's worse, 2 I's or IU? Let's run a poll. What do you prefer? IU. Oh yeah, I did ask for this rack, but I knew this D was going to save my life a lot. And I even have meow if the D gets blocked. All right, do you prefer IU or II? Wow, a lot of you prefer IU to II. That's interesting. I kind of I kind of disagree. I feel like I'm more in the II camp, even though I hate eyes. Okay, just um yeah, because the thing about II is next turn you can play an I and keep an I. Whereas with IU, if you play an I, you're keeping a U. That's the that's the best explanation I have for you guys. Oh my god. Q isn't out. The Q has nothing to do with this. All right, EIU has much better equity. And one thing about this is if she gets the X bomb, I'll have Axe. Whereas after audio, if she gets the X bomb, I need an O or a Y to overlap it. But yeah, my thinking here was audio is a better play because more of the time I'm going to draw a play from the K that is going to require one of my eyes, and then I'll be leaving an eye. That was my thinking, but I'm not really doing that. Like I'm drawing Kaib, Kine, or Kine, Kier, Kite. I guess sometimes I'm drawing like two tile combinations. But yeah, my thinking was that I can potentially score 27 next turn and then keep an I rather than a U. So that was my thinking. Oh my god, that's why I played audio. And it's a good thing I played audio because it gave me a free turn. Yay! Look how sad all of my games were. So, once again, my false tells came true. I acted like I was writing this play down and writing the score and starting to track it. Then when she hit the clock, it's like, sorry, bro. Curatage. Oh my god. That it could be Curatage. Do you remember Curatage, Churro, um from Colombia? Where I let my opponent play Curatage with one T. That could be it. But you swear you've seen it at a board at club and in one of the bingo reports. You can look that up, right? I mean, it very well could have been the case that you saw it, that someone played it, and it just got through. But you probably don't care enough. Neither. Neither do we, but it'd be interesting to see. Um, and I kept IIE, and this is what I get. Like, what is this? What is this ridiculousness? So now do you exchange, chat? Is it now time to exchange? Oh, sorry, Jeremy. I apologize for Nightbot deleting caps messages. Yeah. Anyways, you don't exchange here. Look, you can score 32 freaking points. Yeah, I mean, lots of words. I was trying to explain this to my mom. Lots of words have meanings and exist somewhere. They're just not considered valid words. Like, because I could just say, oh, I made up this word, and unless it becomes like very commonly used, it's not going to make it to the Scrabble dictionary. So yeah, of course, someone's probably said cordage before, maybe multiple people, because they're thinking of the act of courting, whatever. Yeah, I played I and kept I. Courtage? Oh, I've never heard that in French either. Um, so here Annette plays hug. You can't throw any of the official lists in the trash can because it's not a word. Very, very good, Dr. Cliche. Very good first time chat. You'll fit right in. So I draw the X, of course. And yeah, she's looking for bingos. I know she kept CEORT, and she's like, I can't find anything. And I told her that this was a word in French once she made her play. Because yeah, she played clone, so I knew that her last two letters were still R and T. I was like, yeah, that's. I don't see anything either. Sorry about that. And I'm just like plotting through these racks like a genius. Play Kiva. And then she gets a bingo. Can you believe that I let her bingo? After all this. Ridiculous. Alright. Endgame solving time. Oh, control is good in Collins. Oh, sorry. Why did I do that? I don't know why I did that. Sorry about that. Alright. Now, endgame masters. Play your cards. Yeah, rip tie breaks. I mean, yeah, this was pretty bad for Annette's spread. But, I mean, if we're being perfectly honest, you know, Annette wasn't going to get a good spread anyway in this insane top division, right? All right, see ya. No, but that's the thing, Mopo. After the first day, my average score was 518. And Bouncing knows this because I was in CL's stream later. And I think I mentioned this when Bouncing was there. I averaged 518 points on the first day. So she has BD, and first you have to look for where she can play BD. She can play bod, bad, bud, and dub and dab. And I can actually block all of those. You just have to look for intersection points. So where on this board can I play which intersects all of her outplays? Mm. Yeah, Dowie looks like it works. But after Dowie, you also have to think about what you're doing next turn. How do you go out next turn? You have Igloo. You can't do Owie. That doesn't block Bad and Dab. You have Igloo. And Igloo is unblockable. Yeah, Dob would be nice. But yeah, Igloo is unblockable. So you are going out after Dowie because she can't do anything about your spot, which is funny and sad. So that gets you 24 points over 2 turns. That's pretty good. Wait, is that, what did I say? 4, 6, 24 points. And yeah, that might be the best play. I ended up playing Iliad, and the thing about this play is that it scores 16, it blocks everything, but what do you do next turn? You have Gore, which is pretty good. And you also have Sego. So you're again guaranteed to go out. And yeah, if you get Gore down, you're scoring 14, so 30 over 2 turns. But Annette can just block that, which she does. She just plays off the B. And I play Sego and go out. Ego. Oh, Ego. Right, yeah. Ego is great. I never saw that. It's a good thing she blocked it. But yeah, do you guys think this is the best endgame? That doesn't work. None of that works. What I thought after the game is that I should have played Ilya. I thought that this was a better play because I get Waj and I get Doge. Gobo. Oh, Gobo. 15, 20, 19. Yeah, no, it's not better. Yeah, stereotyped. I wasn't gonna do that. But yeah, I thought this was better, but the problem with this is if she plays Flumed herself, and then I play Waj, I think it ends up the same. I get 26, she gets 12, so 14, I get 6, 20. Whereas this is 16, then she gets 8, 8, and I go out for 7. 15, I get 19. Oh. So yeah, maybe it was 1 point better to play Ilya. 16, 8, 15, 19. 6 minus 6 plus 14. Oh yeah, so Ilya is 1 point better. Flumed and Doge. Yeah, she can play Iliad herself. So Iliad, if she plays Iliad herself, that's 12, whereas Flumed is also 12. So it's the same difference. Oh no, I have glowed. Oh, I'm setting up glowed. Okay, so this is definitely the best move. Sorry, I didn't see the chat. Yeah. So, yeah, this is not the best endgame. Let me just double check. Oops. I'm just gonna double check the engine to see what the best endgame is. I think it's probably Ilya. Ha! The engine doesn't find Ilya. We're better than the engine. Yeah, Goud is also a thing. It says that my play is tied with Goud, but that Ilya is the best play. Well, it doesn't say Ilya is the best play, but it is. All right, Quackle failed this endgame. That's so funny. Man, our engine is so bad. Why? Soon we'll have a good engine that will be better than us at solving endgames. But yeah, that's how the game went. 569 375. I handed Annette her first loss of the tournament. And basically cancel all of the spread she's gained. It isn't. It isn't accessible for like a normal player. 5 crab. Like it's way less accessible. It's not until it's like an app and like not a command line thing, it's like yeah, it's not complete. It's not I don't know. You can't just have anybody random learn how to use it. Yeah, I love command line too, even though I suck at it. Anyways. All right, WTF. Thank you. WTF coming in and showing us the this apparently is a 917 point game. I'm glad you find it easy, Ian. Well, it doesn't make it easy for everyone else. All right, waivers. This is Collins, so I'm probably missing something. No, just vintages. Oh God. All right, it already begins. So this is the highest scoring game I think anyone has ever seen. That isn't like a construction. What? What? Hello, Theodosius, and hello, Ragtime Rev. All right. Vintages. What happens next? Boom. Passes to the man. Boom goes the dynamite. You guys remember that? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? All right, this is Macondo versus Macondo. So Macondo 1 has already won the game after 2 moves. And if we look at this position, Vintages is not the best play. So if a human was playing this game, they would probably play like Sergeant. Because just putting this S out there is just not, it's not good. Don't do that for 2 points. Sangeets. Yes, Sergeant is probably the best play here. So already this isn't a human game, you can tell. Especially when strategy agrees with the play. If strategy agrees with the play, it's definitely not a human play. Airwave. Yeah, Airwave is decent as well. All right, what's next? Feel. Keeping BRRV. Bad local sports guy. Finally, Frankie. Somebody came up with my what I was talking about. Thank you. All right. Is there a bingo here? Maybe Methodia is a word. Oh, just hematoid. And hemoid. Jesus. Yeah, it's not Methodia. And it's blocks over bear. Can you believe Macondo 2 must have been dying inside? Keeps BRRV, draws like the best possible draw, and then gets over bear blocked. I would be surprised if anyone didn't know the Boom Goes the Dynamite reference. I'm sure a lot of you don't. Oh, it doesn't block over bear. I wasn't thinking of ARE, okay? I just transposed it in my head. Oops. Whatever. I'm trying to provide you guys with commentary here. I'm no Matt Kenick, you know? Okay, so Makonda 2 comes back. Juvie, yep. Up bow. Okay, that's nice. Nawab. Almost Loco Foco. So there has to be another triple triple here, right? No bingo. Now what? What do you do here? See if I can find these things. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a great play here. What, do we get like YU? Koi? Oh, you just dropped the Y. Beautiful. That's nice. All right. Now what? Odd so, still no bingo. Is there a bingo with this? You draw the S. You drew the S. It drew the S. Consular. Nice, 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 nice. All right, so this is already 600 with 23 in the back. But you still need to score 300 more points. Are we going to see ducks? Just the X, okay. Oh, wow. How is this going to happen? Macondo 1 has the Q, and Macondo 2, unbeknownst to Macondo 1, has both of the U's. Just KY. So you need to draw the blank to have any chance of parting with the Q, right? Diurnal. Okay. So the U is in the wrong spot for Moresque. So maybe we just see QI here. Nope. Omer. All right, time is running out. Clue. Oh my god, I forgot this was a word. All right, now we're gonna see like QI, QAID, or QIS. QIS. Here we go. Dancing only bingo. Let's see if I can predict what's gonna happen. Dancing. And it kept ADEES. Disagree doesn't work. I have to figure it out. Gestated? No. Um, oh! Wow. All right. It happened. Hey, Riam. It was held at the something seasons. Oh my God. Why don't I remember where it was held? Let me find out. Does Ancient Cosmographer probably knows where the tournament was held. Physics also probably knows because they're both located in Madison. Yeah, I'm looking at my phone right now. The Madison Concourse Hotel. Right? I think that's where it was held. And yeah, I should be posting one of those episodes tomorrow morning. Is it the Madison Concourse Hotel? What do you mean, which tourney? Ancient Cosmographer. Right? It was the Madison Concourse Hotel. Yeah, I love Madison. Madison's a great city. I'm happy to come back and visit and spend more time there. Okay, yeah, it was the Concourse Hotel. Great. All right, what are we doing? Someone want to play Scrabble? Or do you guys want to see me get decimated? Do you guys want to see me get destroyed in a game? Because I've only been showing you guys like games where I win by like 300. Blindfold versus Hasty Bot. Oh my God. I played Hasty Bot enough. Blindfolded. Yeah, thanks WTF for creating this game. Well, creating it. From copying it. I can't remember this word. No. No, not that one. Well, I can show that one. That one's already available actually. So I can show that one. Suhas. Excuse me? That's probably another Suhas. I can't find this shit. All right. Here, let's look at this game. So on day 2, I didn't have as good of a time as day 1. On day 1, I won 6 of my 7 games. On day 2, I only won 4 of my 8 games. So this was the final game of the day. And I was playing Steve Hartzman, who's known as Trash Man. So who was it earlier? I was talking about trash can. This guy calls himself Trash Man. And actually, the game that I'm posting onto YouTube for tomorrow, if my editing software works. Whoops. That's the wrong link. Is I don't know why I'm posting a YouTube command into YouTube chat. That's the stupidest thing I've done in a long time. You guys can find my YouTube channel, I think, on YouTube. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Yeah, the game I'm gonna be posting is a game from November against the same guy, Steve Hartzman. So Steve opens with an exchange, and he exchanges 4, and I have option of either playing Garish or just GHI. And I can play GHI here, and I can play GHI here. And I decided to be a little bit conservative and play GHI here. Steve can play Peritus for 69, or he could play Super Hit for 66, but he chooses to play Purities for 61. And when he played this, I was like, oh shit, he's setting up Impurities. None of the M's have been played, so it's likely that at some point someone's going to have Impurities if the spot hasn't gotten blocked. So that was cool. So for a long time, I was waiting for the IM, and when I thought I was going to forget, I just wrote on my score sheet IM. But maybe that was just me trying to get a title. Hello, Sean Fatestar. I don't know if you're getting ads, so I'm going to say hi in the chat as well, because there's an ad break in progress. So, really funny thing happened in this position. I am Sokol. Oh, God. Should I wait for the ads to be over to finish the story? Now, people who are subbed and people on YouTube get to hear this story, and people have turbo and ad block and whatever. So I overdrew. I was distracted. I played GHI and I drew 4 tiles. And yeah, I think it was the only time I overdrew in this whole tournament. Usually I overdraw like once a tournament. Yeah, I drew 4 tiles. And I didn't mix them. I noticed that I had 4 in my hand when I realized. So the procedure is as follows. I put the 4 tiles. That was just a... Really, Sean? Thank you. That, you know, that costs money, right? Thanks so much. Subbing at tier 1. First time sub. The procedure when you overdraw is you have to let your opponent choose 3 of your letters and put 1 of them back in the bag. And it's 4 letters if you overdraw by 2, 5 if you overdraw by 3, blah, blah, blah. But if you don't mix the letters that you had left on your rack with the ones you drew, the opponent only gets to choose from those letters. So, wait, what happens if I make a one tile play and then draw two tiles? Then I think I have to mix my letters, right? I don't know what do you do? Really? All right, we're gonna have to go back to the rules here. Okay, strategy and five crab are both saying you just show him the two. Anyways, I drew four, he turned over three. And the three tiles he turned over were O, O, O. So basically, I drew NOOO, and he had what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he had a 3 and 4 chance of turning over an N and throwing it back in the bag and me having 3 O's. But he didn't turn over the N, so I got insanely lucky that I didn't have 3 O's on my rack here. And basically he just has to put an O back. Like, he turned over the 3 O's and he's like, what should I do? It was a really stupid moment, but it's the rare occasion where overdrawing actually helped me. Don't ban me, please. Like, you don't normally when you overdraw, it's like a 5-point mistake. Your opponent gets to make your rack worse. Yeah, people talking about very sketchy overdraw situations. So I got really lucky that this helped me, but also unlucky that my draw wasn't better. And he got unlucky that he didn't fish my N out of the 3 letters he turned over. Yeah, he said, I don't know, whatever. And I played HOO. And like, I don't know, like, what do you do here? Do you play HOO? Because this doesn't take an S, so you're not setting yourself up. HAO is the same problem, doesn't take an S. Like, maybe you have to play this or something to set yourself up better. Or exchange. Anyways, I played Who. I don't really know if this is the right play. And then he played Who. And he was like, wow. What did he say? He was like, now we're even. Or, no, he said, I call. That's what he said. He said, I call, and played HOO. So he's making a joke because we just played the same word. And I said, no, I think this is a raise. And he liked that. This is the banter. This is the banter you guys are missing by not coming to Scrabble tournaments. Like, can you believe the level of creativity and clever banter? The puns, man, incredible. He makes at least 10 comments every game. I'll raise you. Anyway, so I think this is a raise. And while we were like talking during the game, which is not allowed, don't do it unless you're an established top expert. Then they can't do anything. Evans Clinchy, who strategy knows as a player that's very similar to myself in that he gets distracted by things and he'll talk during the game. He'll like make a lot of faces. He's just looking over and he's just like looking at me. He's sort of, I think it was like an empathic response where he was just like, do you need help? Like, do you need me to tell this guy to stop talking? Which is hilarious. That's what his face was giving off energy of. It's like, what is this guy saying? Like, is like, do I need to put an end to this? But he was playing his own game. So yeah, this is really funny. Strategy, that's a great idea. You're not like in tournaments. You're not really supposed to talk, especially on your opponent's time. But I mean, it's sort of the same thing. It's way less strict than chess. Like, of course, if someone's being really serious, they'll tell you not to talk. But I think that like we can't take ourselves so seriously at this point that no talking allowed, unless it's like championship game or something. Yeah, I'm just like doing the Ben Feingold things, like, and he said this, and then the arbiter said no talking, right? You guys know what I'm talking about. Maybe not. So here I just played Jug again. Like, what do you do? And Steve responded with Cody, and now I get to bingo. Okay, Ruby. Sorry, you didn't get it. So here I play Theranos. I can also play Pan Fries. But Theranos scores more and Spotted opens up isn't as dangerous because this E is already covering the double letter score. Whereas after Pan Fries, the S is not covering the double letter score. So all things being equal, you much prefer to open a triple word score when your letter is already on the double. Steve responds with this, which means to furnish with an embankment. Yes, that's where we were all thinking. And I play as, so things are going pretty well here. Like, I have a little bit of an advantage, but lots of things can still happen. And Steve natural bingos here with Revenant, a nice find. And what do you do here? There is one good play in this position. Unpurities, no. Yeah, strategy finds it. Urtext. How do you pronounce this in English? Urtext? Your text? Your text, I don't like it. Urtexte. Urtexte. Urtexte? Any German friends? Is just joshing still here? Urtexte? Probably. Urtext is how I would pronounce this one in German. And with the E, it's Urtexte. Who knows? Just joshing doesn't seem to be here. Urtext is what you hear in college, okay. Oh, it's Ua. Oh yeah, it's Ua. Of course it's Ua. I've forgotten everything I know. Urtext. The U doesn't have an umlaut on it. Urtext. Still doesn't sound right. And here I'm just hoping he doesn't block my bingo. He finally plays Vimin. And although I am elated... Urlaub, yeah. Although I was elated that he did not block my bingo of enabling, I did notice a couple of things about the play of women. Urtext. Do you want me to roll it? Urtext. I can roll it. Urtext. Urtext. I feel like some Germans will say Urtext. Shut up. Stop it. I'm usually good at pronouncing things in other languages. Urtext. Fuck. Ay. What am I doing wrong? So yeah, women. We love women. We love women. But he had impurities for 42. The problem is, I see these two blanks out, and I'm like, scary. But I realized that he probably made a mistake, and this is good for me. Meta Dwarf likes it. Meta Dwarf likes my pronunciation. It's just you just joshing. You have this unhealthy competitivity because we have the same name. Just Yoshing. Neun, sechs, vier. Ich. Why can't I fucking speak? I keep saying ich, like I'm speaking Yiddish. Ich trolle dich. Ich trolle dich. Urtext, yeah. Urtext is very American. You guys take a look at the urtext. What? Did I say vier? Oh my god, I said vier instead of drei. Oh my god. Can we get on with this shit? Stop it. I played enabling. And then Steve played quiet for 66. And then we stopped talking. No, he didn't stop talking. Neither did I. Oh, Steve's in the chat. What's up, Steve? Steve's in the YouTube chat. So yeah, at this point, I was not feeling very good about this game. The reason one was that I was behind by a little bit. Reason two is that there was still a blank unseen. And I didn't really have any good scoring options. And I looked at this rack and I'm like, oh, is there a word here? It looks like there's a word here. And I could not for the life of me see the 7-letter word on my rack. Like, I did not see Raiders. And look at that. It's so easy. You just move 2 letters, and there you go. You have your word. So how did I not see this word? I'm extremely lucky that there was no spot for Raiders, because I would maybe have missed it. Oh, so I see that there's a Collins anagram. Collins anagram of Raiders that would have fit Collins. So strategy says something very important here is that, yeah, the play of quiet, he doesn't have a T for quite. He doesn't have an A for qua. probably. He doesn't have an I for chi. And he doesn't have an R for choir. So this is a really interesting spot. What about the C? Oh, it doesn't have a C for quick, I guess. That's less like necessary. So there are a lot of letters Steve can't have with a display of quiet, which makes the letters I don't want him to have, S, blank, more likely than not. Doesn't have LL? Okay, well. Yeah, there's a bunch of two-tile combinations he can't have either. So what do I make of this play? It's hard to make much of it. But it made me worried that he had the other blank and or the other S more than I normally would be worried. Because yeah, like there are lots of letters that like he just can't have. And so my position here doesn't seem very good. But I missed a key play here, I think, that should be good enough to just like maintain the rhythm. But I was already starting to get a little bit tilted here because of, yeah, feeling like I wasn't likely to win this game. 2GAR. Because he can't have a T. That's pretty ridiculous. Well, how likely is he to draw a T for four tiles? Pretty likely. Let's do some more calculations, shall we? So yeah, I think the easy play to make here is Ver. There are lots of A's to draw, especially considering he probably doesn't have an A, otherwise he'd play Qua for 68 and keep the blank. So I'm pretty likely to duplicate my A for that reason. And this just scores 24 and leaves pretty well. Like DERS is quite good. But I think I overstepped here a little bit, and I also just didn't see the play of Ver. I would have made that play, and I played Izar. And this is a very aggressive play. Because it sets up the S. And it's a very double-edged play, because if he has the S and he does anything, ADERS is a great leave, but I'm not actually drawing so many things on this board with ADERS that don't fit up here. Because here I have to start with a vowel, here I have to either start with a vowel or start with an S vowel. And I'm duplicating this A, so it's harder to draw something with this A. So the play of Izar is basically like, if you're from chess, you would consider this to be like a, I guess, a one move threat or whatever you call it. Just like the most barbarian of potential like threats, plans. Like it's very obvious that I'm setting up the S. And that would be fine if Steve has to sacrifice a lot of points when he doesn't have an S to block. So maybe he has to play a 6-letter word to the D. Maybe he has to like overlap with like IT or something. But AL, if he has A and L in his rack, he can just play Aleph for 23, which would block. And even worse, after I play Izar, Steve instantly plays Clef. And this was really bad. Not only because, yeah, I made a play that just doesn't work that much. It works even less than you think. He also could have had something humongous. Like if I play Izzar and he bingos, I'm probably just dead. Like I'm not even ahead after Izzar. I'm down 3 points. And if he scores like 90 or whatever, I'm going to be down 100. Like, where am I scoring that much points here? So the play of Izzar is extremely risky. And if I had just seen Ver, I would have played that. And just dealt with the position as it was. And yes, it's also possible, as Churro points out, welcome back, to just block with a playmaking OEA. So this just doesn't do the things I want it to do as well as it might seem. It's nice and aggressive and like the upside is quite high, but it's just not good enough. And I think I really just have to hope that like I can just outmaneuver him after Ver. And yeah, the situation here was that Steve was quite low on the clock at this point. I think he had like 6 minutes on his clock and I had like 16 or something. And I did not want to make his life easy. So the play of Ver is very good for that. It doesn't provide him any targets. It takes away a scoring spot and puts the ball in his court. So that's definitely the play I should have made. And this is actually pretty severe mistake. And yeah, he just gets to play Clef for 29, block the word completely, and take a nice lead. And I have absolutely no idea what's going on anymore. And I've drawn PW, and yeah. There's not really much to do here. So there are some plays you can make. The position now is really bad. Like, you could maybe do something like Gop. Absurdly bad play. Going down by over 10 points, blocking the board, but just keeping decently and hoping maybe to draw bingo here or something. Or for some complications. And yeah, I didn't like anything. You could play Wiped 23. That's also like really a bad play. There just didn't seem to be any good plays here. So I ended up playing Saw. And you might be thinking, what are you doing? Why are you putting an S on this word? That's not how English works. Well, you'd be right, but you'd also be wrong. Because this is a word. And it's one of the only American-only words in the dictionary, I think. Cody with an S. And it's actually come up. I think Will had a situation where Cody was played as the opening play and he thought he could put an S on it. But yeah, if you see in the Twitch chat, the $sign after the word Cody's means that is only valid in NWL. So I made this play not being thrilled, but hoping that there was a decent chance that he might challenge this. And indeed he did hold, and he didn't think this looked very good, which it doesn't, but correctly decided not to challenge. And then he plays Got. And now my S is gone. So I'm basically just hoping to get a good draw at some point. But yeah, the position is very bad. And I have to play probably my least favorite word. And that word is fiat. The other options in this position just suck. Fiat reaches for the blank that might still be in the bag, scores well, takes a small lead. But yeah, things are getting pretty desperate here. And in this position, I was ready to get hit by maybe some high probability S bingo, maybe some blank bingo. I think I would have been okay with that. But when Steve laid down the play of Antelope, I got quite upset. Because I was sitting on this rack and it just seemed like the game was probably over. And I knew that if I did have to win this game, it would be because I drew something incredibly lucky. And yeah, I was definitely in a really bad state of mind. When Antelope came down, I was like, I had just lost 2 in a row. I was about to probably lose a third in a row. And yeah, impurities is still lurking. And I knew that I had to spend a lot of time on this turn to try and maximize my chances, when most of the time I was just going to get hit really hard pretty quickly. Because yeah, Steve no longer has like anything to think about anymore. So his time trouble, which I guess you could call it that, like being pretty low on the clock, a bit more than halfway through the game, no longer matters at all. And yeah, unfortunately, my frustration got the best of me here, and I think I did the second worst thing I've ever done in a tournament because of how upset I was. And I basically made my play, and I don't think the term slam is correct. But I took a clock, and let me show you. Do I have that clock? I don't know if I have it. Anyways, I took the well, I didn't take the clock, but the clock we were using is a ZMF-II clock. It's a clock used in chess. It has like a visual display. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is, instead of just like touching the clock, which I usually do, just like it has a sensor, I took at least 3 fingers and like hit it pretty hard. I know, right? Like, unbelievable Scrabble drama rage. Unbelievable. You only get this inside scoop here on this channel. But no, really, like, this is a very unprofessional thing to do. And as someone who does want to eventually be in a position where Scrabble can be a profession, like, I need to be able to control myself. So I hit this clock hard, and what actually happened is, after the game, I felt something when I hit the clock, and I was like, oh, I hope I didn't break anything. After the game, I noticed that the clock was cracked. There was a crack in the plastic from the pressure that I applied. What could be worse than that? Yeah, I don't know my own strength. Just 3 fingers, guys. Just breaks a $60 clock. And yeah, I was just really, really upset that the game came down to this. And the play I ended up making, I think I did ask someone with a good engine to evaluate this position. Put that on Tinder. I've broken a chess clock with 3 fingers. Is the clock still functional? Yeah, you don't see any chess players. You don't see any chess players looking like that. Oh my god. Can someone find that video? I want to watch that video. It's like so poorly edited too. I posted on YouTube. Chess players only end up bleeding on their clocks? Excuse me, real skill? What? Bleeding? Anyways, the play I ended up making was Allah for 12. And it turns out that even if Steve has impurities and I draw into some bingo down here, either from the W or here, even if Steve plays impurities for 42 next turn, at worst, I will tie with the bingos I draw. I've never seen that real skill. I'll have to Google that. So because the bingos that I'm drawing with APRS score so much, the math means that if he plays impurities and blocks this huge lane, which is what I'm basically creating for my PARS or whatever. So if he ends up blocking that with impurities, I will actually either tie the game or win if I draw into a bingo. I was not aware of this in the game, but it seemed like it would be close. So I draw into Aspired, Aspirer, Aspirin, wiretaps, warpaths, warpwise. So there's actually a draw. What's incredible about this is if I draw EIW on this pull, and Steve makes a play like here to block like Waspier, I get Warpwise and I win the game. Because he doesn't have any bingos. Even though he has the blank and can overlap with ALA and score a lot, I actually win with EIW, which I can draw in 2 different ways. So I calculated this. I used like Quackle, so this isn't necessarily complete or actually accurate, but I think I win almost 20% of the time with this play of Allah. And I don't think there's any other play that does as well that I could find. I think I win with 19 draws out of 120. And I tie with 1 draw. I think I tie with what is it? B. I think it's a B draw that I tie with. In any case, SALL. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy plays here, but it turns out that after ALA, if I draw E blank, I win the game, like with every draw. And if I draw I blank, I win with every draw except the B. I think EB blank draws the game, ties the game. But yeah, I didn't really know. I took a really long time. I had a lot of time left for this position, but this is the best I could come up with. So yeah, it'd be nice to actually simulate this position to till the end and see if this was indeed correct. Because I could also just play off AL and I go for a sprawl. if I just play off the A, I can hit a sprawl with the W draw, but that will never be enough to win. And if I play LA or AL, I also hit with a lot of blank draws. But yeah, I ended up playing a lot, and the problem with this play is, and the reason that I was so frustrated making it is that I knew that, like, so much of the time he was just gonna bingo out and ruin my life. So yeah, emptying the bag, 3 tiles in the bag, playing 3 tiles, normally would not be a good decision. Many of the games you'd be playing in a tournament, because you're so often losing by so much, it might be better to just maybe lose a little bit less often, but lose by less than you would have. But it's actually only like around a 40-point swing for a decent amount of extra chances of winning. So it's not that huge of a swing to empty the bag here. But yeah, I also had an incredible amount of point spread at this point, so it didn't really matter if I lost by like more or less. I just needed to win. So I played a lot, and Steve finds his only out bingo in Biber to win the game at 557, 388. And yeah, only myself to blame for this, because I overdrew, which should have been a mistake. It ended up not being a mistake somehow. I got really lucky there. And then I played Izar, which really set the tone for the rest of the game, where I was just like trying to claw my way back into it. Whereas I could play Vare and maybe like have stronger responses to his plays. Anyways, that was the game where I lost by, I think it's the only game that I lost by over 100. I think the other games I lost by like 20 or 30 or something. Let me see if that's true. Yeah. Even this game, I think I'll show one more game. And you guys will see how ridiculously lucky I was in this tournament, despite not finishing, not winning it. So this was the worst, I would say the worst game I had of the tournament. This was actually the round before, the round I just showed. But this should have been my worst loss. It ended up not being it for some crazy reason. You'll see. But yeah, this is the game where I just got destroyed. So Eric Harshbarger opens with Jared. And oh, have I already looked at this game? I think I've already looked at this game. Hold on. Yeah, didgeridoo the whole game. Okay, I've only looked at it on Quackle, I think. So yeah, let's put it in here. So unfortunately, yeah, didgeridoo immediately is no longer playable. I play few, whatever the hell. And Eric immediately strikes with Theanine, which I put him on hold. Because I think this used to not be a word. Did I redo the whole game? What do you mean, Muffin Tentacle? I'm confused. NOLA 2024 round 15. The game I just showed was already recorded. Like, I didn't edit it at all. I had already looked through it. Thanks, Josh. Sorry I ruined your life, Steve says. It's okay, I forgive you. Yeah, nice game. Hope we get to play soon. Okay. So I end up accepting this play because I remember that this is a word. And yeah, there's a bunch of options here. And I chose an option I was not thrilled with. I played peeved here. Whereas probably playing Veld is fine. The problem with this play is it really does restrict this whole part of the board. But things can get reopened from the L, maybe. And, I mean, the position's still holdable, I think. But this does have the best equity. So scores best and keeps best. Yeah, I was thinking of playing like Veep, but I didn't like how that like made really weak bingo lanes. So I ended up playing Peeved for some extra points and thought LS was manageable. But yeah. What happens next is Eric bingos again with this time with the Tong Man. And yeah, Veep closes the board, yeah. And when he starts putting this on the board, I'm just like, okay, great. Again, like I get this. I get a good draw here. I get a lucky situation again arises, and he hits the clock, and I immediately challenge. And I'm just like, yeah, this is not a word. But as you might have guessed, this is a word. It is very much a word, and so is Tong Men, a member of a Chinese secret society. And the reason that I was so confident in challenging this word is that not only did I not recognize it, I would also have to not recognize Tong Men. So there are 2 7-letter words that would have to have completely escaped my mind for this to be a reasonable word not to challenge when I'm not sure. Like, so I had already convinced myself there's no way this is a word. And very humbling because, yeah, it's a word. And now the game is pretty much over. He's up by 150, and he actually bingos again this time with Lambier, or Lamier, which is a word that I hold again. And I'm just like, oh my god, okay, I think this one is valid, but now I'm just like, I don't know anything. Like, I have no idea. And this is what I had. No, this isn't what I had, an L. Oh. No, Peeved kept NS. So Vend is the idea here, not Veld. Sorry about that. He then plays Tong Man. Challenge. Then he bingos again. Oh, he had Embalmer. Nice. Or Marblier. And yeah, this was my rack, I think. So, look at this position. I am down 217 points after 4 moves, and I have 7 consonants on my rack. So, obviously I was like, how the hell did I forget Tong Man was a word? Like, even when we got up to the challenge computer, like, the way that Eric was, like, acting made me, like, really worried about the result of the challenge. Like all the times that I challenged words previously in the tournament where I was sure they weren't words, my opponent also didn't seem like sure. But here he seemed like sure that this was a word, and I was like, shit, like this guy does know a lot of shit. And so yeah, I pretty much knew like before we went to the computer that this was probably a word. But yeah, to forget Tongman and Tongmen just completely escaping my memory is very scary. So I've definitely seen that word at least twice, both of them. So here I ended up accepting the play of Lamier, like, and I played knave. I'm just like, okay, let's go. Like, maybe I can draw like some huge play like Patzers or something. That'd be fun. Um, Eric responds with Vox, a pretty popular move. And to ZRST, I draw L I blank. So this is like, wow, really? I deserve this? Like, why am I drawing into this? So it's not the best thing, but it's 88 points for Zills. Just like, okay, I'll take it. And now he only has my score doubled. So maybe I can make some catch up a little bit, make some ground here. And I immediately draw the other blank and 2 more S's. And he gives me just the letter I need to bingo with retwists. And now suddenly I'm down less than 100. But I've used up most of the firepower, right? There's only 1 S left. Then he plays cozy, and I'm like, wait a second, like, I actually have a chance of winning this game now? Like, he set up a C in a dangerous position? Like, I have an outside shot now, and I get really upset because I'm like, well, now I could have saved a turn. But then again, like, if after Tongman I had the rack I had, I don't have any plays. Like, Lamier actually helped me get rid of my K and my V. But yeah, I probably exchange, keep like ZRS or something, and maybe I would have drawn like 130-point play. So he plays cozy, and I draw the Q. And I decide to play QI for 26. I didn't want to play for 27 because why exactly? Why didn't I do this? I was worried, of course, about overlaps, but why would I be worried about that? I guess I didn't want him to score like anything. I think this is clearly better. Yeah, you want to keep the Q and yeah, maybe draw a huge Q play. Fair enough. But yeah, I was not trying to win this game. Let's be clear here. Maybe I wanted to, yeah, leave like this K open. If I draw the S, I could play like OK or something. So I play QI. He responds with AI. Yeah, I did not believe. And I didn't the thing about me is I don't necessarily play like I don't believe I can win. I play like I don't deserve to win when these things happen. It's just like, nah, like I don't think I should be able to come back from this. I don't think I deserve it. So here, oh, I have a nice play here. So here I decided to play a Gouty. And this is what's interesting. And I won't spoil too much about the game against against Adam Henderson. But in that game, I played Gouty to set up the A. And this was like a few rounds ago at this point, and I was like, wow, I can do that again. And maybe once again, my opponent isn't going to see it or play there for the rest of the game. And I didn't do that because, again, I didn't believe that I deserved to win. So I decided to play a Gouty. Also, with this play of AI, he's pretty likely to have another A, probably. If not both other A's. So again, I just didn't want to win. So I decided to open a triple for some reason, as if he's not going to block. This is a terrible play. And he puts down Ori and then takes the E off and plays Aura for 12. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I draw into this rack and I play Pi. I did see this play. Yeah, I mean, the game's over now, probably. I'm just trying to bingo once, maybe. And then Eric tries to block the C by playing Uric, which does block the C, but creates another line with another C. But this line is way less dangerous because it doesn't open the same stuff that bingo from this C would open. And I've drawn into Anasol, but there's nowhere to play it. So here I consider just playing Loam, but then I was like, oh, I can play Koa and set up a line here. There's no ends left for Cohen. Why not? What could he possibly do to block? And this is just another very transparent play, just like the one I played in the next round. And yeah, Eric just blocks. And the big problem with this play is that it prevents 8-letter words starting with C. So I'm basically like shutting myself out if he ends up blocking the setup, which he does. Very professionally. Plays ER, just pretty much fully blocking everything. And yeah, now my S is pretty useless. So I decided just to play Sile for 33. And maybe I can luck into some huge bingo somewhere and steal this game, but unlikely. And then Eric plays Octet to block. This is a weird looking play because it gave me a nice scoring play, but he was just trying to be sure that everything that he could was blocked. So I play Gaud. He plays Fe. And I go out with Done. And there you go. And somehow, after all is said and done, after being behind by 217 points, I end the game losing by 48. And honestly, guys, that's how you come back, you know? This is just perfect. Perfect execution of a comeback. And all the people I beat by 200, 300, they don't understand a thing about Scrabble. They can't do it like me. Well, no, I just drew like everything. That's how I was able to come back. His natural bingos used no S's, no blanks. And I just drew everything else. He's still playing with his Lego rack. I didn't notice. But I know he's a huge fan of that sort of thing. Yeah, Eric's a really awesome guy. I wasn't happy to lose to him, but I like him. So yeah. That's about it. I'm getting really hungry. I should also work on that video for tomorrow. But thanks everybody for being here. I guess I didn't play anybody. Unless... yeah. Unless someone really wants to play, I think I will send a raid to Ragtime Rev. Cloyce. Stop it. Don't even start. Like, if Cloyce really wants to play, I have to have a snack. I think. You're good? Okay, good. Let's send a raid on Twitch. Played enough Scrabble yesterday. Yeah, I heard you were playing like a crazy series against somebody. I know it's a game, and I know Cloyce plays it. Is it the one with the like skinny people? Thank you, Master Doe. Appreciate it. Anyways, all right, guys. Send some love to Ragtime Rev, who is, what is he doing? Is he on Aerolith? And thanks again, Sean, for just randomly subbing. Much appreciated. Thanks, Gurchi, for gifting a sub. Churro for resubbing for 35 months. And all the new followers. If you're on Twitch, check out my YouTube. If you're on YouTube, check out my Twitch. And that's it. Yeah.